Hello, everybody. How you doing? This is day 7 of the Creative Quarantine Springfield. We are, everybody's in a deep bar right now. Day 7 means that they've had all week to plot out what they're going to do, how they're going to do, get some ideas about building their momentum. 1 week is almost, pretty much down. Starting tomorrow, we will be in our 2nd week. That fast. So artists are moving along. Hopefully you've been following what's been happening. If you have not been following what's been happening, feel free. You go to Larry Poncho Brown's channel on YouTube. All the shows are parked right there for you. You can go to the Creative Quarantine on Facebook page and the Art for the Soul Gallery Facebook pages to see all the shows that we've done for the day. Hey, if you're going to binge watch all the other stuff that's around, why not binge watch us for 31 days? How's about that? So yeah, I am just beginning to feel it a little bit. It was kind of slow for me to get out of bed today. That's typically what happens. My partner's here.
Yes, I am here.
How are you?
Listening to you talk about how hard it was to get out the bed.
It was hard. I got out of bed almost 10 o'clock today. That's
wow.
That's way later than usual. But
that is definitely late. That's late. I got up about 6.
Hey, we all are doing a thing. I know you've been very, very busy. So how you feeling, Miss Carla?
Pretty good. I am doing well and feeling well. Got a good night's sleep, which, is hard to do during creative quarantine because once those creative juices start flowing, you just...
Well, that's what's up right now. Everybody's dealing with it in their own little way. We got 2 artists that are not feeling well, so they probably won't be doing broadcasts today, but they'll be back later in the week.
I did notice that you got a lot of. I did notice we got a lot of content sent over. I noticed that.
We got some pretty good content coming over. We got. We were hoping to have a mixture of live and taped presentations, and we've been doing pretty good on the live. We got 2 or 3 taped today, but they're going to still check in, still have some conversations. We got a couple of folks that'll still be going live. But we are all learning technology right now. So some people are having a challenge with doing the video and uploading it and trying to upload large files. It's been
Oh, yes. It's
a
been a
total,
challenge.
yeah, it's been a total learning experience for all of us. So I had to go out and buy some stuff.
Oh, you went out and bought some stuff?
Well, I needed some drives to hold all of this information for
Oh,
one.
yeah, I do
I
remember that.
totally, I totally underestimated that part, but I think we're pretty good for right now. So
Yeah,
I'm going to go ahead and get us started, so we won't delay too long.
get us started.
That's right. So here we go. First one is up is Mr. LPB.
LPB. I wonder who that is.
Well, it's day 7, 1 week down, all the way to the 31st. I can say this first week I had to look at a couple of different things. The first thing is this quarantine was intended for us to be in one location and to kind of fellowship, and through social networking we've had to make it virtual, and it's changed the whole direction. So not only now am I responsible for keeping a creative schedule, I'm also responsible for producing what you guys have been seeing the last couple of days. So that is time that would normally be utilized for painting. So I'm finding myself being doubly taxed with trying to split my brain between what's going to happen on the next show, what's going to happen on the next portion of this, and creating. And I tell you, some of the practices from the quarantine have helped me. It's like the first thing is like, how do you eat an elephant one bite at a time? I've been pretty much, and I've been using the word organically, letting this thing kind of fall in place the best way that it can. We got 12 different artists with 12 different walks of life that have 12 different sets of aesthetics and technical abilities, and some of them don't like public speaking, some of them are shy, some of them are outgoing. So we got this mix. But overall, I can tell you I'm very pleased with the way artists have taken this whole process on. I think it was more than what everybody expected, to be honest with you. But I think as we ramped up into our first week of trying to figure out and get our momentum going, which is really what week 1 is in the quarantine. Week 1 is always trying to figure out. That's right. I'm having my little power shake. Week 1 is always trying to figure out, all right, what am I going to do? How do I foresee this going? Planning your time. When are you going to paint? When are you going to sleep? When are you going to have the rest of your life? So I think we're doing pretty good for week 1. Everybody seems to be moving on something. There's some folks that have come out the block. I tell you, I don't know if you guys have been watching Karen Clark out of Virginia. That sister is doing it. Deborah Shedrick out of Montgomery, Alabama is doing it. I'm making very good progress despite all the other things that I have to do. So not a fire and brimstone, just kind of an up to date on what's happening in the quarantine. Michelle is finding her way. Sheldon is still trying to figure where he's going, but he's getting some momentum. But he's saying a lot of good things that I think there's a creative root is here. The thing about creative people is we kind of see and feel the world different. So it's nice to hear each artist's assessment of life in addition to what we're doing on this thing. So it's been real magical. Finding the lines that we have in common. Every now and then on the show, we have these moments where we put up 2 or 3 windows of people that are working. And you see that they are all really taking this thing seriously. I'm anxious to see what week 2 is going to present, because by then, all of the things we've been prepping and getting into place as we start trying to build our momentum is going to start manifesting in actual creations. So you have some artists that have some already, some that don't, but most things are in various stages of development. I think that in week 2 and possibly this weekend, we'll begin to see some of the creations that have been done by each one of the artists. So I think that's very, very exciting. And you get to see the overview of how this is manifesting. This is a real life, man. I mean, you got folks that have been not feeling well. Some people are under a lot of stress doing this. But as a whole, each one of the artists have really stepped up to the plate to try to manage this thing. What we're hoping to achieve in week 2 is some, a better use of technology, more videos that's going to be incorporated, and so you can see more work being produced. So that's what's up. That's what's up on day 7. And cheers. Me personally, last night's rest was unbelievable. I went and worked out yesterday. I think Dana E had me doing at least 100 squats. So my legs are feeling very powerful today. But hey, it'll help me stand in front of this table as I start to present some work. So what I'm going to do today is that I'm just going to show you some pieces that I'm tinkering around with, and give you a demonstration on how to do some other stuff, and we'll just see how things flow for the day. So what you're looking at here is some very crude eyes, mouths, and noses for the mask series that I've been doing. I basically take elements, glue them down. I sculpt with the molding clay. This is an example of one of those. Again, because we're mimicking faces, we try not to be too specific, and there's an eye shape. And so now that they're good and dry, I'm just going to go over it and add a little bit of black gesso on top of them. So what I do first is I flood it to kind of get the crevices in there filled. I use this technique on a lot of my paintings when I want to add some dimension. But with this mask series that I'm working on, I want them to really be kind of crude and primitive looking, tribal looking. So I just did some real elementary shapes. So once I flood it, it gets all the dark, the low points and the cracks and crevices. Make sure they're good and covered. And then I'll come back again and touch it again. Here's some eyes, some lips. So got my black gesso here. We're just going to go back in and flood that. What I like about working in molding paste gesso is that by the time I put this black on there, I can see the details and what's going to happen with these lips. And better decide which combination of eyes, nose, and mouths to use. I said I wanted to do about 10 of these, but sometimes when you're going to flow, you just got to keep exploring and going. I mean, I kind of make goals for myself, but it looks like this series might extend beyond 10. As long as I keep making eyes, nose, and mouths, I'll be able to keep them going. And each one is so funny. Each one has a different personality. So I have 6 done so far. I'm really liking the way they're turning out. feeling. So that's basically how this looks. Got me a nice stiff brush that I usually do this part with. Like I say, I flood it first so it can take to the materials, and then I come back in and I start digging out the details in it. This is just regular, inexpensive black construction paper. And which brand? I got a couple brands I can recommend. One is the Golden. Regular gel matte is my favorite. I use that for a lot. But then on these, I use the Golden molding paste. Can get a little higher with this, but then they have a heavier version of this called heavy gel matte. Matte is what you want to go for because it just adheres so much better to the black gesso. So you can make any kind of shapes you want. As you can see, this gesso is starting to dry a little bit. So all I'm doing now is coming back in and I'm removing as much paint as I can from the lower areas. So, and even from this position, you guys can see details. Remember, this gesso is it's flat, but it has kind of a sheen to it. So it makes it very readable for me to see what the details was and what I'm doing here. Those are shaping up really nice. Getting all that excess paint out of there. And sometimes I check the sides and make sure I didn't miss anything on the sides. That's where this dry brush really comes in handy. This stiff brush, you get into those spaces. The same thing on the bottom end. Now I know this probably looks really boring from the camera. You see me working black on black. But surprisingly, that's what most of my process looks like. So as you can see, I'm smoothing out all that paint is to land on top. Trying to get to those low areas. It's going to give me my detail when I do the final pieces. These will be ready to go in another couple of minutes. As soon as this gesso is dry, I can start assembling some more faces. Got my backdrops already prepared, so just choosing which one works with whatever elements I'm using. One more brush to do on the noses. Then I'm going to recap and show you the ones that I've done so far. And it's shaping up really nicely. All right. So we're going to let those dry up a little bit. So just as a recap, this right here is a couple of the ones we've done already, utilizing this same technique. This has quickly become one of my favorites. Like I said, I use embossed flowers over here, some textured paper. That's a plastic pattern. And here's wallpaper. This is just corrugated cardboard. This is acrylic medium that was cut out of a jar. That's a form nose, made eye. And and the new pieces that I'm doing, I'm trying to come in the negative space a little bit and really carve out these features. So I think it's a nice combination from the ones I started with. I'll show you the first one. So this was what my first series looked like. It was more earthy. They were more feminine looking. These are square canvases. This was called Ayana, Beautiful Blossom. This was done last year in March. So you get a feel for what they evolved from. And so what we did back then, we were using more pieces of paper, twine, some similar elements. But then by the time I got to these, I started actually forming the noses and the lips rather than cutting them, sticking them. I started actually making them in 3 dimensions. So the new mask is going a slightly different direction. That's what I like about quarantining, that it gives you a chance to kind of get further into a subject. Like the notion of creating these personalities. Here's another one. As you can see, I used that circular pattern. There's a floral pattern in the background. That's a handmade eye, a casted nose. That lip is actually from old dried up medium. So I make a lip form, but it wasn't actually sculpted like the ones I just showed you here. See, these were just palette knife down, and they look very crude, but this was actually cut. So, each one gives you a different variation. But look at the difference in personality between this one and this one. And they tend to look a little more masculine than the series they were inspired from. And here's another one. As you can see, I'm pressing down into the negative space. I did play on the orange to give it some more depth. That's a casted nose, a sculpted nose on paper. This is actually cut from old acrylic medium, and an eye that was formed. That's a piece of, I think it was a ribbon or something, corrugated, some embossed flower paper. And you can see they have a real kind of a tribal look. This one is entitled Masuro, which means head. This was entitled Kameso. This is actually a Swahili word that means face. And then this one right here is called Kuska, which also means face. So just wanted to show you the different personalities of these pieces. And they're all using elements. So here we go. I got some background patterns that these are the ones that I'm going to have left. As you can see, I got some that are in different colors. And so the next step is I'll sit here and I'll try to see which features work best on which piece. Here's another one, which is kind of more earthy. And then I have another one that's in that rich oxide red again. So I got 4 backgrounds that I could use to do 4 more faces. And I think I've got enough eyes, noses, and lips to do the next step. So something else I've been working on. You know, I had a palette that I had been working on the last day or two. And I was getting ready to throw the palette away. And I was like, well, maybe I could do something that's a comment on creativity, something that's ancestral. So if you see, I got these big clumps of paint because you know I waste a lot of paint. And I did the same technique on this dry brushing that I did on my other paintings. I went over the whole palette with all those clumps of color. I painted it black. I came back over with my brushes. I hit the high points, and I did the exact same thing with this palette as I've done with all of those forms that I created before. So this is different for me. This is where the quarantine comes in handy because now I'm finding that I could create all kinds of texture without having to rely on any embossed paper, wallpaper, other sources. This right here is nothing but a paint that's been accumulated on this piece of paper. And so I looked at it, and after a while I saw like a lip-like form over here. I said, okay, I can pull up a profile out of here. That looks like a beard. I don't know if I wanted to try to cut an ear in there or not. That might be too much information. I like the way that's kind of going off and doing something there. And I can come up with a creative title for it. So I'm just going to peck around on this for a little bit, just to tighten it up a little bit. So I am always intrigued with what we can get away with as artists once we get out of our heads. Who would think that this piece right here would develop from a palette that was just about to be thrown in the trash? So I'm going to continue giving him some forms and some shape here and there. And not too much. I want him to still be abstract. I don't want him to be realistic. I don't want it to look preconceived. I want it to look like, yeah, he's coming out of the background of all this stuff. I got a title already in my head. I hear the word "the Creator," which is a play on God and creativity and creation. I'm thinking I'm going to probably title this piece that. That way when people see it, it'll conjure up some notions. That's all I'm trying to do, is make people think a little bit. Who knows, maybe somebody will recognize that is paint on here. You know, one thing that's been a great, watching the show develop and the artists getting into their groove, we're developing a following of people that's beginning to watch the show. The show will be aired all 31 days of the quarantine. And just watching them tune in has been wonderful. Watching some of the questions that are asked, because we pop the questions up. If you're online and you're watching, you want to ask a question, that's the part that's exciting about us going virtual, because you couldn't have done that. When we were planning this quarantine originally, the artists would have been amongst themselves. They would have been isolated from the public. So essentially, the artists would have benefited from everything that was happening in that circle, and that creative circle would have happened. But we're also watching virtually that same ability to connect is beginning to happen. So I encourage everybody who's watching, whether you're an artist, whether you're just a creator, whether you just want to binge watch something that's going to be positive, to participate. Send in a comment. Most of the time when we comments come in, we put them right on the screen. And so we're pressing to try to make sure that we're making this thing a nice experience, a two-way experience, and audience participation is everything. So hopefully you'll chime in if you got questions. We're planning to come up with a couple of opportunities where you can actually buy some of the work that's been created during the quarantine. We have to wait until we start accumulating work, and you'll be, like I say, you'll be beginning to see that in the next few days. Artists going to start turning over photographs of things that they finished. Everything is for sale. We're trying to prepare for the exhibition that will be taking place at Art for the Soul Gallery in Springfield, Massachusetts, probably the beginning of February. So it's a lot of moving wheels, a lot of small moving parts in this one. Thankfully, I got a good team of folks. Thank you for Louise for helping to make sure that we stay on track with our programming. But everything has been moving along so smoothly so far, and I want to thank you that have been tuning in. Please spread the word. All you can do to help us really is share, share, share. But the audience participation portion of it, hey, why not? Just come on in and talk to us a little bit. Well, look who's in the studio, Miss Lorraine McAlpine.
Hi.
How are you doing today?
Not so good,
Hopefully you're feeling better.
Good to see you today, Lorraine.
Expecting to see you on today. I already gave you a disclaimer.
Oh, you did? Oh, I can wait till tomorrow.
Oh no, you're here.
You're here now.
There you go.
Yeah. Great. I enjoyed watching Larry paint. Pancho, that was great stuff. Really.
Thank you so much. I'm trying to get to putting more of the technique stuff on in the next couple of days. I got another segment coming on later in the day that I'll be showing with some other techniques. So, yeah, that's what we're trying to do now. I got good news for you, Lorraine McAlpine.
What?
The light and holders just arrived to Springfield.
Yay.
After all the holiday drama.
Yeah.
So you guys can go and connect with Rosemary and pick those up, and it'll make it a little easier for you to change angles on what you're trying to do.
Excellent. Excellent.
I'm not going to hold you up because you've been in the queue for a minute. I'm going to let the floor be yours.
Okay. Hi. This is what I'm going to show you is a piece that I did today. I had a wonderful conversation with LaShawn Beal. And it was really good because really he's the one that gave me this idea of a black background and painting on that black background. So this is something that I call the sisters, and I did this today. And I'm not sure how I feel about it or anything like that, but this whole quarantine is giving me the opportunity to do things that I wouldn't normally do, to experiment. And that's what's so important about this. So these are the sisters, and it's just, black and white. And then this is a painting that I just did today also. And what I had done is, I don't know if you can see this, I did a photo shoot in my kitchen where I bought a Chanel pocketbook and Chanel shoes and thought, I should do something with fashion. So what I did is I did the same piece, the same concept with the black paper and the white oil color, and did a painting that is really basically an abstract. But I thought, I'm not sure how I like it, to be honest with you, but it's still experimenting. I'll probably try and do it again a few times, and whichever one looks the loosest. This still doesn't really look loose. It's a little tight, but it was fun to do. And it was a nice opportunity to try something different. So tonight, what I'm going to do is just do a oil painting using a really loose style that I absolutely love, which means everything is done with the color. Like this is an apple. This was the underpainting that I started the other day. And what I'm going to do is, and everything really comes through in the color. So there's not a lot of lines or anything. And it's just a free feeling painting. I'm using a size 12 brush. And I'm starting with different colors because I'm going to build my color to build the apple. So anyway, today I had this wonderful conversation with LaShawn, and he really explained some things to me about collaboration. So he and I are going to do one, and I'm going to work on doing some drawings for him tomorrow. I think it'll be fun. I've never done anything like this before, but I think this is how you learn. This is how you grow. This is how you continue to be um, productive. That's what I'll call it. So I'm going in different directions just to build up the paint base in this apple. This is a 6x6 canvas. And the colors that I'm using basically are just reds and yellows and blue. I'm using a blue for my shadows. I use for some reason, I don't exactly know why, I use green for the background for my underpainting. I think it does make a difference, the color that you use underneath, but because then you get some of that color coming through. So usually I use a blue, but today I decided to use this green. So we'll see how that comes out. It seems to be. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. The one thing I didn't add to my palette was a brown. So I did it in red. I actually like painting these small 6x6 paintings because number one, it's fast. And number two, they look really nice once they're framed. And as you can see, I'm painting with soft edges. So this is an abstract that is done very quickly. It's a process that's called fast and loose. And by doing this, you get you see that it's clearly an apple.
Yeah, I really love your soft touch.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I actually think this is finished. What happens? Sometimes we overwork, or I overwork pieces, and I don't want to overwork this. I want to just keep it simple, keep it abstract, and keep it quick. So I think I'm finished.
Yeah, I really like what you do with those.
Thank you.
I love the and I love the simplicity of them. I love the simplicity of them. Oh, let me move this back. I keep moving my camera.
Oh. You know what I can show
I'm
you?
always doing like all kinds of stuff. So I keep moving my camera from one end of the room to the next.
Yeah.
But yeah, I really love the simplicity of these particular pieces that you create, especially, and you could see how delicate your hand is when you're painting them.
If I had that big brush, I'd have paint all over the room.
I know, and that's the thing. It's like she does it.
It was a big brush. That's
I would have paint all over the room.
That's the difference between you, Pancho.
That's right.
You had a little brush, you'd have paint.
I have delicate hands.
You'd have paint all over the room with a little brush.
That's right. I probably own more little brushes than big brushes. I got to buy some, Lorraine. You're going to help me raise my game.
All right, I hope so. Anyway, so LaShawn and I are going to do a collaboration. I'm so excited about that.
Sorry about that. I didn't mean to bring that in. There we go.
That's okay. Yeah, so excited. So tomorrow I'm going to do the drawings. He has done 2 paintings or drawings.
Can we see your face again?
Yeah, Lorraine's hiding out on us.
You just, since you got your rouge and everything on, you might as well just
rouge. I wish. Yeah, he's
beautiful and everything.
And I'm going to send him 2, so it should be fun.
Well, that's great. I want you to send me something. I don't know what I'm going to do, but send me something.
Okay, I will.
No, you look to the side like, what am I going to send them?
Okay. All right, well, take care, and thank you all. Louise, I got to tell you this. My son went to college in Colorado.
Oh, did he?
Yes.
Did he? Oh, wonderful. State. Wonderful.
Yeah, love it. Beautiful country.
Yeah. Well, it's beautiful out here.
It is. It's gorgeous. All right. Well, take care, you all.
Take care, Lorraine. We'll check in with you tomorrow.
All righty. Bye-bye.
So, yeah, Louise, I guess you got the floor now.
Oh, well, I'm going to add
this. I saw you had a little something on the queue.
Well, I did add. I'm going to put something in the queue. I figured Frankie's in the room, too,
Or Frankie's getting ready, but you can go ahead and get situated because we're going to move it right along.
Well, we'll go ahead and play this, and I'll do some work a little later, but we'll go ahead and play this video for you. And it's been pretty cool. We survived through another day, and it's been a lot of fun watching all the artists. Watching all the things that they've been doing and coming up with and experimenting with. It's been really cool. I've actually enjoyed a lot of it, and I feel like I'm like getting into my stride and doing some stuff. And I'm really excited about working on these small pieces because I'm not big into small pieces. I do a lot of large pieces, like you can see behind me. Look on that side. Most of my, let's see, I guess I can angle it. the pieces on the wall. They're fairly big pieces, and then I think 50 pieces. I'm just trying to didn't count too much, but you can see over there. Most of the pieces that I work on are fairly large, and so working on some smaller pieces, and then you can see this here. This is actually this big old thing with this sweater hanging off of it. That's a pretty large piece too. So I mostly work on pretty large pieces. I don't do pretty not like super large, but they're really nice size pieces, not these size. So it's been kind of fun. Kind of working on these tiny pieces and getting that. But yeah, it's working on tiny pieces are a challenge for me because I like working big. I have some tiny pieces that I have done, but I like working big. I just like go big or go home. So this has been fun. It's kind of got me into a painting groove. So I just pulled out another piece that I finished. I'm going to go ahead and finish that. So I'm going to work on that tonight. And I'm probably going to finish these up, but I'm going to do some copies to show the work. Because I'm probably going to finish these up tonight and then work on some other stuff. So I have a few other things that I want to work on tomorrow. So each day we kind of try to show different things and do things like that. But Pancho and I are on the screen so much. It's
Hey, you can't turn that off because it turns off your voice, but I can hear all y'all background noise and conversation.
so I can still do some work on the screen so people can see me actually doing some work on the screen. And so I'm going to keep that and then back there, which you can't see my table. I'm going to work on getting kind of cleaned up the one that has that big bronze sculpture on it, because there's I have a mold that I have to make, and so I'm going to get that done, and I'm probably going to video that, the process of that, video that, and probably do a little bit of it live, not a lot, because it's huge, it's a big piece, and so I don't know if I'm going to do the whole thing live, because making a mold is no joke, and this one I have to make the full mold. It's not I have to do the mold and then the plaster. And actually, the plaster part is the worst because it's so messy. So hopefully, I'll be doing that next week. We'll do the mold, and then maybe we can go to the foundry and see how that process works out. Because I'm looking forward to that. I haven't seen my people at the foundry in a good while, so it'll be fun to go see them drop off some stuff. So, but yeah, I've been enjoying the creative quarantine and actually just painting. Because like I said, last year I didn't do a lot because I had a lot of stuff going on. I mean, like crazy amount of stuff going on. Good stuff, good stuff. I know a lot of people are like, 2020 was awful, but actually 2020 was great. I loved all of the things that have come out of 2020. I feel like I have advanced and grown and developed and processed and met some amazing people that, and so that was 2020. God just blessed and brought me into a whole nother level of existence. So I'm really excited about what's going on in 2020, and I'm looking forward what went on in 2020, and I'm looking forward to 2021, and it's actually already starting out fantastic. Just during the creative quarantine, when Pancho was telling me about it, I'm like, definitely sign me up. And so being able to do that, and then also doing the tech part, has been a lot of fun. Because Pancho's a lot of fun, Pancho's a lot of fun. And honestly, all of the artists are pretty fantastic. I've loved chatting with Deborah and Karen and learning from Kathleen and Lorraine, and all of them have been fun. And not, and the guys, LaShawn is always really cool, and to see what Ryan is doing. now it's like, and then I'm trying to blank on names, but all the other guys and stuff, Sheldon, and now, gosh, I gotta remember the other name, but his work is just phenomenal. The other man, I was just looking at his stuff today, and he did some stuff with the Black Panther, and I tell you, it's awesome. And then just to hear his story, as far as being colorblind and still being able to paint. Come on, that's awesome. I mean, this guy's really awesome. And so it's been fantastic getting to meet all of these amazing people and spending time with them. And I know one of the things we're constantly talking about is like, how do we connect? And I feel so connected to all of them in some way. I feel so connected because we're talking and engaging with them every day on just on the screen. So I feel very connected to them. I'm grateful to have, met Deborah and Karen because these are people I didn't know, and I feel very connected to them. I feel like, hey, these are really cool people, and I want to continue getting to know them and building relationship with them as artists and people. Not just building artistic relationship with them, but as women and just people. So just wanted to share that a little bit about how, day going into day 7, really excited about it and some of the things that are going on here at Louise Color Studios and me. So see you later. Stay tuned for what's coming up next. Doo-doo-doo.
Hey everyone, this is day 3 of the quarantine, artist quarantine. It's 2 a.m. I am up and getting my day started. This is phase 1 of my day. I'll work for several hours and then I'll take a break and get some rest and get back up and get back into it. But what I wanted to do is take a moment and show you some of the pieces I've been working on. I've been working on sketches for day 2. And these are the sketches I've completed for day 2. And these are just the preliminary sketches for some paintings. Some of these are going to be sent to some of the other artists that's in the artist quarantine for them to do collaboration work on. So let me show you these pieces. This is, again, acrylic paint mixed media. It has acrylic paint, it has fabric adhered to it for texture. That's one of the pieces. We're going to go through the whole list. A lot of them will look very similar, but then they're going all to different artists, and all of them are going to be in it differently, as you'll see later on as I get into that part of it. Some will be done in acrylic, some will be done in pastel, but they're all going to be cool, funky little pieces. Okay. I did about 20 pieces, I believe. Another calla lily sketch. You know, the calla lily is my signature flower. You find that a lot in my artwork. Okay, at this point, I'm going to take a break, and I'll see you back shortly. Hey, y'all, I'm back. Again, this is day 4 of the artist quarantine, and I am working on some colors at the moment. You notice I'm doing these in a very repetitious kind of process. Basically, doing each stage on each painting. Before I go on to the next one.
Be back shortly. Hey everyone. Okay, we're continuing with our day 4 artist quarantine. I am working on some flowers, specifically the color. Going through the various stages of creating this flower.
Hey, everybody.
Hey,
How's everybody doing? I see everybody's all perked up and ready to work in the studio.
how you doing?
Louise must be off somewhere. How you doing, Kathleen? You are muted, Kathleen.
How you doing, Poncho?
Looks like we got a bad connection, Kathleen. I'm doing good.
All right.
I'm
All
just
right.
waiting for Kathleen to get her technology together. You know, we've been having little challenges with technology here and there.
Yeah. Well, would you like to meet Poncho?
Sure. I would love to meet Poncho.
The paint is called the dry brush.
This is Poncho. Say hello to Poncho.
Wow, look at that.
So Poncho's getting ready to get one more piece.
That's shaping up really nice.
So this is what I have been doing all day, just doing a
Hey,
little fine
Kathleen,
tuning.
are you in? Can you hear us? Unmute yourself.
That is amazing.
Thank you. I got a few more that I'll show you guys when it's my turn.
For some reason, we can't hear Kathleen today, so
Mm-mm.
she's having some technical difficulties. That is looking really nice, Karen Clark.
Thank you very much. So that is the final bit of that. So I went on to the next one. So I'm just doing a little bit of show and tell today because I did a lot of work this morning. So I'm just putting that last
You
little
did
piece
a lot of
on.
work this morning. You do a lot of work every morning.
Karen,
You're
have you
right.
been videoing for us? Doing some
Morning,
video
noon, and night.
content for us?
I'm sorry, say that again?
I said, have you been doing some video content for us?
Yeah, I've sent it already.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Poncho?
so
I haven't seen anything from Karen Clark.
I did send it to you. I did a time lapse and everything.
Nope.
Wait,
Oh,
let's
then
get
I'll-
up here.
You need to
Poncho, what's
resend.
going on?
You need to
Then I'll
resend because
send
I had the nerve to get video from LaShawn, and that's like, woo, that's major.
You know what?
So-
That was major because I was actually surprised to see that. I'm like, wow. Okay.
So no, we
All
need
right.
we need to figure out what's happening with your video.
Okay. I'll make sure that I double
You've
check
been
that.
one of the few troopers that's gone live every day since we started.
Right. That's why I was wondering where her video clips were.
You can use a break, so do a nice video so people can see what's happening. But what you've been doing is so fantastic. It's been so informative. I think that the viewers are really getting a lot from watching your process.
Thank you. Are you ready? So I was inspired today because I was watching the news because I am one of those MSNBC people. So I was actually just I was thinking about Sankofa and history today. So this is my little man that I made today. Here, pull it out again. That was actually kind of cool when he pulled out. So his body are the feathers.
Very, very nice.
Thank you. And remember, these were the vases that I had done with the first process. So this is the body of him. And I'll
Mm.
turn it down. So right now, they're slowly drying out and I'm doing final touch-ups to them. So everything actually has to be touched before they go into process. And that's the last one that I did. So these are the three that I had done. So,
I might need you to hold those up individually because the
okay.
audience cannot see them sitting on the side of the table.
Oh, okay. Let me do that one more time. I'll pull it up. How's
Hmm.
that?
That's much better.
Oh,
Okay,
those are
cool.
beautiful.
Thank you. So I do a lot of small versions of things before I go to the big ones. So just to see where I need to work out the kinks to them. So and it seems like these are going to be pretty good. So here's the next one. And so I will embellish it. I thought I was going to actually put some iridescent color on these, but I don't think so. I think that I am going to leave them white, but I also will touch them up with white gold once they've been finished. And white gold mostly right here in the neck area because I think it's going to be pretty. And just a little touches on the paisleys and the genie, I mean. So I'm excited about working with these. I get excited every time I get to put color on things. But color is an all day thing. So I will definitely time lapse that because when I say all day, it's from morning until probably 11 at night. So this is the last one that I've worked on. I'm still working on it. So I need to still plume her feathers out. So she'll actually, these are the resters. And so that it can give it support and so that they can project out even more. And so I'll do a few more decorative pieces on those.
Very, very nice.
Cool. Thank you. And then the final one is probably the one I'm excited about most today is this piece right here. So I'm really liking her right now. I named her Eve. So I am really kind of feeling
I
her
love her
decoration.
hair.
Hmm.
I love her hair.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So I still got to do some final cleanups, but she's a little, I mean, they're not heavy, but I don't want to lift them because they're still in their most fragile state. But just showing you the couple. Pancho, who is that?
Uh, I'm scared to answer.
So these are the two pieces that are, I either call them husband and wife, sisters and brothers. But this is the process. So usually with things like this, it takes me probably 2 weeks to finish them from beginning to end. So I am on speed mode right now with everything that we have going on. So but this is the final stages of putting them together. So I'm just going to start from the beginning and so people can understand how many parts it takes. So this here is the body. And so when I say the body, I'm talking about the foundation of the piece right here. And then from the foundation, I have to allow this to dry in order for this to actually be carved and carved out. So so that is step number one. And then trimming is step number two. That means cleaning up the bottom. Step number three is to actually pull the texture that I want out of it. Then once that happens, step number four is to actually sculpt the heads and then do the attachments. And then I have to figure out what direction I want to go in. And I always say that it's telling the story. So what story am I trying to go with when creating the pieces? And then from that point, then the heads get attached, then decorative hair, face, facial hair, how the arm's going to be positioned, what am I going to use something to make it look like mud cloth? And so it's a lot of involvement in creating just one piece. So a lot of people ask, do I do them one at a time? Usually I do several at a time in order for me to actually place them into kiln. And so I have a kiln that has 3 tiers. It's about 4 feet high. And that, to be more energy efficient, I have to fill that all up. And so with angels or anything of this height, I usually can get about 9 to 13 in, depending on how wide they are or how slender they are. And then I go on to the next tier, and then I can put smaller things. So my business partner, she does smaller pieces, so it allows me to put smaller things in between it so that we don't actually waste the firing. So with a firing, it goes through two firings. The first firing is to vitrify. And vitrifying means that it is still porous, but it is firm enough for it to absorb color. And so the first firing is what they call an O5. And O5 is actually a temperature name in the pottery world. So it goes up to 1,888 degrees. Then it comes down and it goes up to that temperature for about 8 hours. But what I do is I do what they call a preheat. And a preheat, I will allow to preheat from 6 to sometimes even 24 hours, depending upon how much it dried outside. I mean, how much it dried outside of the kilns. And that's also based on what is going on outside. So if it is humid outside, I know that these pieces will take 2 weeks to dry. Because I do check the weather every day. So what I'll do is I'll put them in the kiln, allow them to be preheating at 200 degrees for about 8 to 24 hours, depending on the size. And then after that, then I let it ramp up to its complete fire of 1,800 degrees.
You got a couple of questions here, Karen.
Yeah, what's the question?
One that says, I noticed you do not hollow out your parts, the parts you attach. Could you speak to that?
Yes, I can. For small pieces, you don't have to hollow them out because they take no time to dry. If I were doing a larger sculptural piece, then I would actually carve them out and I would hollow them. Was there another question out there?
Yes, it says, why do you not hollow out the head so that it doesn't blow up?
Because what will happen is when I put them in the kiln and I preheat them for 24 hours, then it is bone dry, so they won't blow up at all. Not at all. I think maybe in my beginner stages, I actually had that happen, but no, after you learn that lesson once, you don't do it again because it's a very, very expensive mistake if you allow things to blow up your kiln. So that means that I would have to buy brand new elements, and elements are coils that are heating coils that go all the way from the top to the bottom of the kiln, and they cost about $300 to actually do them, and it's a very hard job to take them all apart and put them back in. I have to do that once a year. So, any more questions out there?
No, those are 2 questions.
Okay, all right. So after they've come out of the kiln from the first fire, that is when they come out for their color. And so when I am putting the color on,
You can move the camera closer to your face now. There you go. Not too much. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, girl. So once that happens, I actually put them into the kiln, and I'll put that in the space. So once it comes out of the fire, it actually takes about 8 hours for it to cool down. And then I usually take them out at about 100 degrees. That's the proper thing to do, is take them out at 100. But sometimes I cheat and take them out at 200. But 200 is really like 325. So they're hot. So I have to use gloves. The second thing, so once they come out, they're cool. They're chilling out here. And then I come back in and I let them for probably a couple of days to see what direction they're going to go as far as color. So usually I am wax resisting certain areas, such as the face. And I am looking to see what I'm going to be doing with the hat, with certain details. If I'm going to add detail here, I would use a product called Wax Resist. And Wax Resist is a repellent. It repels where you don't want the color to be. And when you put that on, a lot of people or a lot of students like to just go right away and go into their glazing. You don't want to do that. You want to allow it to be 24 hours so that it can be completely dry. So when you you dip it, it completely repels, because in the details, it takes a lot of work to clean out these details. And so that means that I actually have to use a Dremel tool or a toothbrush in order to clean that out. And so I have like big old toothbrushes like this, to brush out the areas. And then I have to clean them off, allow them to dry, and so that I can see if there's any ash there. Because if it's ash, that means that it's some type of glaze or impurity. And so I have to go back on top of that in order for it to not adhere, because it really sucks to actually have something glazed and you don't clean out the nose and it has a dribble and it looks like mucus hanging out. It's not a good situation, because there's nothing you can do about that. And you actually consider it what they call a second. So right now we're looking at these pieces, and this is a determination of two things. One, putting it in the fire, or two, disassembling the piece and putting it into the water, reconstituting it in water to wedge it back up to begin again, or putting it in the fire. The fire says, okay, this is your final decision. Once the glaze goes on that, you have to then come back and look at the pieces. You're looking for cracks, you're looking for, or what I call hairline cracks, or just things that you did not expect out of the firing. And then after that, you make a decision on whether or not it will be for sale or for display or wherever it is that you're going to be taking the piece. In order to tell whether or not your piece is in pristine condition, if you pluck it, it will ring. And that means that there's no hairline cracks for sure. If it is a flat sound, that means that there is it's a hairline crack, but it depends on what it is. If it's a bowl, if it's a hairline crack, it's flat. You just have to be careful with it. But if it is one of your sculptural pieces that is a flat ring, it's just a hairline. It's a hairline crack, but it's not going to fall apart.
Fantastic. That's a lot of information, man. It's a lot of information.
Yeah. It is. It is a lot of information. And it's a lot of, it's a lot of science. It's a lot of listening.
It sounds like it. It sounds like it. There's so many things you got to pay attention to, temperature-wise, the way the chemical reactions to things. It sounds like a science project.
I know. I think about when I took pottery. I was actually the potter's assistant in college. I was the assistant, and I'm gonna tell you a funny story, but don't look at me bad. But years ago, when I was the potter's assistant at my college, I had a date, and we had a fire going, and I had to take, I was the one that was supposed to do all the turning off and everything, and I was sitting there, but I had a date. And we were in the school, and my date showed up, but the kiln wasn't ready. It wasn't done. And so we were sitting there and we were thinking, man, how can we speed this up? Right? Now, mind you, these are college students here.
You made me turn around for this one.
These are college students. And I love doing pottery. And like I told you, I was a big hand builder, love doing hand building. And so I decided, we're both standing there, just crazy college students. And we decided, what if we open it and let it cool down? Now, mind you, here it is. We could literally lose everybody's pottery that's in there. It's like destroy every single piece of pottery in the kiln, just from opening it, but not, not thinking. So we decided, and then we were like, well, if we open it, because it was already off, and it was in this cool down stage, but it's flaming hot. It's flaming hot. You look in it, it's still yellow and orange and all of that. And so we did look at Karen. She was like, so of course we decide, okay, we're going to open it, but we can't just open it, because then our entire arms would be just burnt into the kiln. So we get a big stick, and we push open with this stick, and there's like just heat and everything coming out, and then we're standing there, and the next thing we hear is all over, and we're thinking, what is that noise? Because it's in this one room, and we're thinking, what is that noise? It was the fire alarm, the whole entire building, the fire alarm. And so we're thinking, let's close it back. So we close it back. Because we're like, oh my God, we that's the fire alarm. The fire department's coming. And sure enough, the fire department, everybody comes, and we're like, maybe they won't know where it was. But in those kind of buildings, they pinpoint exactly where to go. But okay, college students here, not thinking that clearly, because we were trying to get on a date. We were trying to go and have our date. We leave out. So needless to say, I didn't have that job the next day.
I know that's right. Girl, yes, I would have fired you too. Oh my gosh.
Hey, I was great. I don't know why he fired me. I was a good assistant. I helped with all of the students. I helped with their work.
I think you just explained why he fired you.
One mistake.
That wasn't a mistake. That was pure negligence.
That mistake was
pure negligence. That was
thousands of dollars.
I was a young college student.
Well, I just hope the date was worth it.
Man, seriously. Woo. I mean, that is like one of my biggest.
That's the kind of story where you're supposed to say, and we're married now, and been together for 25 years.
You know what? It turned out it wasn't worth the job, because that was a fun job. It wasn't worth the job.
Girl, wow. I would have been sick. That has happened when I first started. I was an intern too, and I was using the manual. So I didn't have the electric ones. I had the manual kiln, and it was at its proper temperature. No, wait a minute. Hold on. It was at the temperature that it needed to be, but it had to ramp up. And this is where you're using the cones where the latch. Okay. So anyway, I went home, went to sleep, forgot about it. And the kiln is great, but I collapsed. It ran so high that it actually cracked every single kiln shelf. Every single kiln shelf, every single pot that was in there. It cost me about $600, $900 to get it. So the shell of the kiln was fine, but everything else in that kiln
was broken. Oh my God.
It was a very, very sick feel. So now when I'm here in the studio, that's the first thing that I do is I make sure that kiln is off. Yes, because the fear of it is of that fire is something serious. Yeah.
Definitely. Oh, I know. I when I lost that job, it was I'm like, I am never doing that again.
Never. It is something that will always stay.
Yeah.
It
does.
Sick.
It really does.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah. So when I heard your story, I'm like, no. So but anyway, these I'm excited about these pieces going into the kiln. I'm looking forward to it, and I just got an idea when I was inside of the studio of what I was going to be doing next. So I have a pedestal piece that was made by this artist called Keith Ramsey, and I can't wait to do a very large mask on that. So I'm looking forward to doing that. So we'll see what happens.
Wow, I'm looking forward to it too.
Me too.
Because you are like he said. Oh wait, where is it?
Everybody's got you're definitely the bomb.
We'll see who gets the most bombs. So far, Karen, you are
I think Karen has got the bomb count so far.
Right. Karen's got the bomb count so far.
And I think I don't know which one Louise has. You got the
diversity.
Okay, diversity.
I got the diversity. I
There
have.
you
Hey,
go.
I'm very.
Hey,
I got
Karen,
the first
I know
product.
you got to get back to work and we're just sitting here, but thank you for sharing those horror stories of ceramics. For those of you out there that are thinking about pursuing ceramics, I took my first class and I loved it. I've done several classes with Karen Clark. She helped me work on a very large piece last summer. And some of the stuff we're talking about now, I was worried about it exploding. And I did get a few cracks, surface cracks in my piece, but she's an excellent instructor. So, hey, you
and
look you look like you've been working hard today.
She
I
does.
How's
have,
your,
I
I'm going to
have.
start work. I'm
hey,
going to
let me
start
ask you
working on
this.
that clay piece.
How's your sleep been going?
My sleep is good. To
Mhm.
last night, now I did not sleep good because I was up until 3 o'clock in the morning watching
Ooh.
MSNBC until it was all over, and then I was
Oh,
like, "Oh, I can't go to sleep."
I
Yeah,
think that's where everybody was yesterday. Because I'm like, where is everybody? And then people are like, oh, we're watching,
yeah.
crazy.
What was it? Wait a minute. I was getting ready to say something to you guys before I left. Okay, wait a minute. I was going to talk about these. I put in the fire.
wow. Look at this process of recall. I like that.
I know.
Oh yeah, backtrack, because it was
Karen's having
something
her
that was
elderly
good.
moment.
No, it's called selective memory.
There you
Is
go.
that
Okay, I'm
what it
sorry.
is? Okay. I
She's
like
having her selected.
Oh, that's good.
That's a big male thing too.
Yeah, but it was something about the darn, I can't remember.
evidently it's female.
You know what? I cannot with you. Hey,
Okay, you can't
Alicia.
do him. You can't do. He's a poof
Mm,
male.
I cannot remember what I was going to say, but it was going to be good stuff.
That's
Darn.
okay. Jot
You
it
know what,
down.
Karen? You're going when you remember it. Pop back on and tell us.
Guess
Oh,
what, Karen? It
what?
still means that you are still the
The
bomb.
bomb. You.
Hey. Oh, I made my soup yesterday. Oh, it was good.
Karen, do not tell me about food unless you sending me some.
Well, I mean, you can shoot a video or something of
Yeah, because
showing us these
I know you
dishes.
can cook.
Tease
I'll make it
everybody
look
up. Do
okay.
do a couple of your food segments. We'll put them on.
We'll put them on,
Because
but
I
you better
haven't
have me
seen
some. You
I
better
haven't
have me
seen
something packaged and shipped.
I haven't seen a food segment from Miss Cutler yet either. And I know they're eating every day.
That's probably because Miss Cutler is eating cereal in the morning. She's
Miss
not
Cutler.
wrapping her head around the other stuff.
Look, Miss Cutler was sitting there chomping on cake the last time we saw her. We don't know.
Hey, that was that New Year's Day cake. Got to have it. Got to have it. But I can't have any cake right now. I haven't even touched my chocolate.
Well, Miss Karen, we're gonna let you get back because I know you've had a super long day.
Look at it.
Appreciate you sharing your funny stories. That's a big one, but the date, that was a hot date.
I know that was a very hot day.
Let me tell you something. I cannot with you. I will never forget that story. Oh, that's what I was. Oh, I know what I was going to say. I
know if we kept you on it long enough, you remember. But I'm gonna stop talking so you don't forget. Go ahead.
I don't know how it goes in, but I start teaching class. Oh, that's what it was. Punch out. I start teaching class next week, so they better be ready too, because I'm
Well, Karen, did you hear me? I got my clay downstairs. I got my wet clay downstairs, and I'm going to go lay it out like Chooks showed me, and I'm going to start. I went and got Poncho. I went and got a fork because Chook be using that fork.
Well, hey, just
watch it work.
Make sure you tape this action so we can see what's happening, y'all.
Oh yeah.
Karen's gonna be over there cringing. That's what's gonna happen. She's gonna be like,
No, you might teach me a new technique, so I'll be looking forward to it.
Be like, what is that child doing over there? Oh, somebody said, what class?
Oh, I teach at this place called Rosewood Pottery on Cary Street. So I have, I think I have 35 students that I teach Monday through Thursday. So they're excited to be coming back. So I'm looking forward to seeing them because I haven't seen them in a month. So I send them off with homework. So I hope they have, I hope that they got some great ideas.
Oh, tomorrow I'm going to show you this. I'm going to show you a little dragon my kids made when they used to take pottery at the other art place I used to work at. It was really cool.
Okay, cool. Well, I can't
All
wait
right,
to see
Karen, we're gonna let you roll. We will check in on you tomorrow. If you got some videos, make sure you send them to me and I'll take care of that for you because you need a live break. You could use a live break. You've been on every day diligently educating like crazy. So
yeah, let somebody else take that bomb.com.
That's right.
it.
All right, dear. You have a
Bye.
wonderful evening.
Okay, and so Eunicia, I said yes. Classes are enrichment for adults. I don't teach children though. Okay, bye.
So it's moving right along. Everybody's got that kind of a tired tinge going on, but we're going to resume. LaShawn Beal's presentation right after this.
As because you don't use much water at all. The idea is to build color on top of color. While still allowing the other colors to show through.
Okay, so I worked out the microphone issue. Good evening, everybody. Are you there? Somebody else there? Is LaShawn's video still playing? Hello?
You're fine, Lorraine. Can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we
We
can
hear
hear
you very
you.
well.
All right, real good. It's been quite a busy day. LaShawn and I had a conversation this morning.
It sounds like Rashawn talked to everybody this morning.
That's what I was. He talked to me
Uh-huh.
this morning too. LaShawn has been busy.
Busy,
That's good.
busy indeed, busy.
Very good. We got to try to stay connected as best as we can under circumstances.
Mhm.
Yes. So I put out an email suggesting that the all of the artists have a private Zoom in so that we can.
Well, we were supposed to be setting up a Zoom.
Well, we need to resume that. We wanted everybody to kind of ease into this week and get started, but we definitely can do that.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Meanwhile, we're going to give you the floor, so you go ahead and give your presentation.
Okay. Well, I've been working on this necklace, as you know. So today I finished the back of it.
Oh.
Yeah, you see my initials.
Mhm.
So I made this cane, the KDQ cane. So it's a long cane that I can now make smaller if I need to for all of my pieces. I started signing things. But anyway, and then today I finished the string parts and put them into the main body of this neck piece. So that's ready. And then I started working on the collar part of the necklace. I wanted to have it be like, can you see the purple on the wall?
Yes.
Yeah, so you see the part that goes around the pendant so that it will hang on the neck.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted that to I wanted to do that with this clay. And so I made a section of it and I wrapped it around this knitting needle and it split all into pieces. And so I was thinking it was the result of the clay I used. So I decided to do something different. So I took some clay pieces. Let's see, I hope that you can see this. Okay. So I took a sheet of solid color clay and then I cut slices from all of these different colors. Cut little slices. And I had to
Well, we are navigating through some technical difficulties. I see Miss Kathleen is back online.
Good. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, and we got a really good picture too.
Oh, that's good. So, yeah, so my original idea was to create I don't know what to call it, a big large bead that would fold over like that, and it all cracked. Can you see how that's cracking? So I thought it was the clay. I decided to do another technique that was fast, relatively fast. So I took some solid clay and then I took slices. I took some solid clay and I cut little pieces and laid them on in different colors. I'm going to lay them like that and lay them like that and kind of spread it all around. Anyways, so did that to get, and I got this. But when I compared it to the main piece of the necklace, it looked too muddy. So I spent a couple of hours doing that. And then I decided to try again, start again, and did a different base color. I used gold and did the same thing with the, took slices, little slices, and stacked it together. So I got this. And then I took, I cut, can you see the, see what I'm doing?
Yes.
Okay, so then I took this, sliced it down like that, and then laid it on a sheet of gold like this, laid them all down across. And because the base of it is gold, I thought if I run it through the pasta machine and line the mica powders, which will turn it shiny instead of dull like this, I could get it shiny like that. Well, it didn't work that way. And it still stayed kind of brownish. But then when I compared the colors of this new blended one to the colors of the clay pattern that I used for the necklace and the beads, it didn't match. So I went back to the idea of using this stamped gold as my large bead piece. Now I had already made some small little beads with the remnants from the clay cane I made yesterday, or whatever day that was. And I did this to them, put them on a wire. And so I redid the neck bead, the big neck bead. Can you see it?
Yeah, we can see it. That's nice.
Yeah, so it still has to be fired. And this is the first one. I have to still do the second one.
Mm.
And then I'll just bend it so I can shape it.
Mm-hmm. So will you bend it before you fire it, or will you bend it after?
Say that one more time.
Will you bend it before you fire or after?
Oh yeah, it'll be hard after it's fired. It can't bend. It can't bend it.
Right.
So you have to shape it before it goes into the
Firing.
into the firing. And so then I wanted to make sure that it's all blended. Can you see what I'm doing? I can't tell.
Mm-hmm. So it's pretty soft, it looks like.
Well, it's still raw clay.
Mm-hmm.
Once it's baked, it'll be hard. But right now, it's still just raw clay.
Mm-hmm.
So I mentioned yesterday or whatever day that was, about the bacon bond.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so I used the bacon bond and spread it into the hole of this wire before I put it into the big bead, and that'll just make sure that the bead and the metal holds. It'll hold anyway, but it's just a double check on it. Yeah, so yesterday, was that yesterday we were talking and about the painting surface, and Pancho asked me to send him something he's going to paint on it.
Right.
But before that, he asked me about a heart box. He asked me to send him a heart box.
Yes, he did.
Yes. So here's one. I made up a few heart boxes a few months back so that I would have some ready, because this is quite a process to make these. These are 2 forms I use. This is one of the first ones first form I made. So there's aluminum foil under this. You can probably see it in that little crack.
Mm-hmm.
And then I put clay over the aluminum foil. So now I can reuse this over and over and over again to
make your form.
To make a form, yeah. So
so your form is all clay, though.
Yeah, so this is all clay. Everything is clay. And I use Armor All on my forms. I have a bunch of different ones in different sizes. And I put Armor All on them, spray them, cover them with Armor All, the tire stuff that you use. And that acts as a resistor. So so I take a sheet of clay, a long sheet of clay, and drape it over the form and shape it over the form. So here's one in process. So this one I have already shaped over the form, the outside color. Once it's cured and separated, then I cover it inside. And now there's it still needs to have the bottom placed on it. So I'm going to make another layer. I'm going to stamp it with some kind of pattern. And then I'll line the inside.
Oh, okay.
And put a bottom on it.
That's quite the process.
Yes. And so then I'll fire that. So then I have a piece that's ready, like this smaller one. So this is now ready to have a veneer put on it or some kind of covering put on it.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe I'll do this.
You'll use that one, huh? You've already got it ready.
I already got it ready. Yeah, well, after I did this, I thought, well, maybe I should just go back to the original pattern I made.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Where I did this and the stamp.
Oh, right.
Oh, so then I ended up with this.
Mm.
But it's the wrong color.
It's hard to go back and make those colors again, isn't it?
It is, and I don't usually keep a recipe for the colors I make.
Mm-hmm.
I know one polymer clay artist.
Oh, I think we've lost her again. We'll wait for her to come back in. We can bring LaShawn back up until she comes on. Or we'll do a... All right, we're going to bring Lorraine back up, or should we play LaShawn? But I see we got Frankie.
Frankie is in the house. What's going on, Frankie?
In the house.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Doing fantastic, man.
I was just talking about you to some people today, Frankie.
Oh, for good things, I hope.
Oh, I told him, I said, you got to watch and just hear Frankie's story.
Well, I'm
You know what was funny is both the girls that I was talking to, both of their husbands were colorblind.
Oh, see, so how are they adapting?
They adapt, they're not artists. So one girl said she knew her husband was colorblind, but she didn't really know to the extent. So after they got married, they had went to get some pants. And he walked up and he said, I really like these. What do you think? And so, they're newly married. She's like, oh, are those the ones you really want? She said, and then it turned out that the color was like a golf green or something. And we're like, no, I thought they were brown.
I can't tell you how many times they told me, you're not going outside like that. You need to go back upstairs. Because I whatever.
Well, my kids aren't colorblind. They will whatever too, so I totally get it.
I mean, you're used to it. You're not really paying attention to it.
I think that's young male too. You don't care. You don't care what you're wearing. You just kind of wear it.
I could care less, honestly. I'm hygienic, though. I will tell you that. I'm hygienic, though. Don't get that twisted.
Oh no! I'm pretty. The clothes you wear has nothing to do with how well you bathe. Sometimes it does, but not most of the time. Well, Frankie, we're gonna put you on because we want to see what you're doing.
Okay. This is a little different because I'm in my daughter. I'm in her room.
Okay.
So we were, I'm here hanging out with them till Mom. I'm gonna go home in a little bit.
Okay.
But she wanted me to do some stuff on her wall. Can you see it?
I saw some of it, but I can't see all of it. You have to turn a little bit more, Frankie. Turn the keep going.
Okay, so she colored the black and
right.
Can you
there
see
it
that?
is. Yeah, I can see it now.
Why is everybody frozen? I can't see.
Frozen? No, we can see you, Frankie.
Okay, good. So yeah, I had no idea who these people are. But my daughter she just wanted some anime characters. So we took some house paint and put that together. I said, I'll draw it, but you're gonna help me paint it.
Wow.
We whipped up this thing.
That's pretty amazing. You guys did that today?
No. It was a couple of days in the making.
Oh, okay.
I came in today and helping him out. And I'm gonna do my son. I'm gonna do his room too, but I'm gonna do it like Minecraft or something.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
those are nice.
And and I'm excited because I got a call from LaShawn. And
LaShawn has called everybody.
he's gonna send me some pieces, and I never did a collabo like that, so I'm excited about it. When I get it, work on it, see what I come up with. I hope I don't bomb it out, and now the
sounds like
pressure's
LaShawn
on me.
was making the rounds today. He was making the art. Sound like LaShawn was making the artist run today.
Yeah, I got to talk to him, so but there's some other pieces I want to start working on too, to get some, smaller pieces. I have a tendency of drawing so big, and then I get consumed in that. So naturally, we end up with like 4 or 5 different pieces.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And, not completed or anything. So, there's a couple of pieces I wanted to get going.
Well, I totally understand, because I've been in that arena where you work with big pieces and then you have to switch to small pieces. That's why this has been kind of fun for me, because I've actually done a few smaller pieces. So I've been able to do that. So you'll be able to get into it.
The smaller pieces, it's weird trying to get used to it now, because I'm so used to, I was drawing small, then I went big with mural kind of proportion.
Right.
And now when you go back small, it's an adjustment.
Yeah, sometimes it's just like Poncho. He says, Louise, go through your drawer and pull out all that paper I saw, and you get over there and start drawing. And you have a style. And basically what I did was I just pulled out the drawings. I just pulled out the paper and I just start drawing in my style. And it just came pretty naturally. And I think it'll do the same thing for you. So just pull out your paper and start drawing.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I've been doing my whole life, is just the drawing part. But coloring,
and then once you finish drawing, start painting it.
Yeah, and mixed media. I'm a fan of mixed media. Throwing things like you did when you did the intricate designs.
Just remember, Frankie, you're not defined by what you have been doing.
Okay.
You're not defined by what you have been doing. So if you know that that's something that needs to happen, the quarantine's the best place for you to incorporate some small pieces. For me, I'll tell you, I've always started from smaller pieces and I work larger to warm up, to get a couple of studies done. I treat them like studies and like small sketches. If there's something I like, I do it larger, because working larger, it kind of puts you in a box. You have to have a certain energy to cover something large and to deal with all the dimensions on it, like that big piece you had on last night. And I don't know how long you've been working on that, but your work is very
trifold.
Yes. Yeah. So yeah, break out some small paper, Frankie.
I know.
I'm going to send you a couple of sheets so you can stare at them and not know what to do with them.
I promise you, I will do that too. I go through a staring phase where, and I tell people the ideas do not come when they tell you to think of this. The idea has to come when I'm not thinking.
I got you. But guess what, Frankie? The good news is you got about 20-something more days left.
So something will come in 20 days, I'm sure.
Oh no, I got an overload. It's dividing and learning how to what do you call it? Doing it under quarantine. This is a nice little boot camp.
Yeah, it is. It is. But but the most important part of the boot camp is to get out of your head.
Yeah.
And the moment you take the leap out of your head, that's when things start coming together. So yeah, grab some small paper. You need some. So
All right.
I'm going to ship you a couple pieces. I was able to get a couple of collaboration packages out for Deborah Shedrick. I got some out for Louise Cutler. Who else did I get packages? I got one out to Ryan. Some papers from my stack. So I'm going to find some papers for you, and you can stare at them and figure out what to do with them.
And you have my address?
Yes, I got everybody's address, so you good to go. Expect it in the mail in the next few days or so.
All right, cool.
All righty.
But yeah,
look at what Louise has got here. Tell us what's happening there.
Is that a head?
That's actually a piece of leather that I've been molding onto a glass face, because I'm going to be using this with some of my wood pieces. So it's been kind of fun. I started working on it this morning. I started working on it this morning.
You know, I'm loving the look on Frankie's face, like, what the? Frankie's very confused by what he sees right now, so you might need to.
I know. I can tell. Frankie's like,
is that human skin?
Yes, it's human skin. Don't come to my house. You might become a part of the art. Frankie, you're muted. I can't hear you. Say that again, Frankie.
How are you going to mold the face? I mean, the leather onto the face?
Well, I've already molded the face. So when I take it off of this, I'll have this imprint on it.
And the leather will stay like that?
Huh?
The leather stays like that?
Yeah, it'll stay like this. And I'm going to leave it on here overnight. And so it should be good and dry, because right now it's still a little damp. So I'm going to leave it overnight. This should be dry. And then when I take it off, this is going to be a part of one of my wood pieces.
How long does it take you to do that?
Well, I just did this today.
The face and everything?
Yeah. I soaked the leather. I put the leather in last night, and I was supposed to do it last night. And then I woke up and the leather had dried after I took it out, because you don't want it dry. So I soaked it again this morning in water. And then what I did was, because you could do this with raw leather, soak it in water, but I'm using a textured leather. So I actually added some gel medium on here. I actually used some gel medium on it because I didn't want it to take forever. So I used some gel medium on it.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, because I want it a little harder than usual. So I put gel medium on it, and then I'm going to, and then once I use it and add it to whatever piece I'm going to be doing, I'm probably going to put some resin on it as well. So there's no telling what's going to come out. This is experimental.
Oh my God! If that were in my house, it would look like an explosion.
I don't know.
And while we're all holding up odd objects, a friend of mine was tossing this plastic torso out.
I know,
I
right?
plan on texturizing this whole piece like I did the pieces I did earlier. So I'm going to give you the before, and you'll see the after of her in a couple of weeks.
Okay.
She's my new friend.
You see what my head is doing?
I line her up with Cutler's piece with the face.
Yeah, put the head on.
We're going to leave the legs for Frankie.
You got the legs, Frankie. I actually used to have a leg. I used to have a leg.
Well, this is a hollowed out piece, so I'm going to have fun with this. It's nice, hard surface.
Right. Yeah, I have a body. My torso, I have a kid's torso.
Acrylic.
I'm gonna log in real quick. I'm gonna re-log in because you guys are frozen. I can't see.
No, you're not frozen on our end, but you
frozen.
can go ahead and re-log in. And
okay, I'll be right back.
All right.
I don't know why.
So, yeah, so while everybody's watching,
Poncho, we're sitting here holding body
yeah,
parts.
this is Oddity Night. We're showing pieces that are in the queue for the creative quarantine.
There you go. There you go. Things that are happening. Okay.
That's right.
This is my.
There we go.
There you are, Frankie.
All right. There we go. Okay. Let me see that P. The that you
the body. You want to see the body, Poncho?
The torso. Yeah.
It's just made out of plastic. A friend of mine was throwing it out from a store she owns.
You should have sent it to me. I could have put some clothes on.
I'm gonna put some wires on it,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm going to put texture on this whole thing and dry brush it like the pieces I've been working on early this week.
Yeah, I want to do a torso in leather.
You should.
I want to do that, but I don't have a full size torso. I just have a kid's torso.
You can use that for like can you plaster cloth that or cement?
Oh, what does that look like?
Well, you know, I could, but I'm just going to paint right on top of this plastic. Again, I don't have the time to work on something that's real intensive. Concrete and all that kind of stuff is going to be time intensive. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to use the same technique that I use on my pieces this week that I've been showing online. And I'm going to transfer that to this plastic piece because acrylic medium will stick very well to this.
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Frankie's like,
I'm head, arms, legs. Well, Frankie, you do realize because you keep telling me that this is how you work.
Frankie's got great expression.
The creative quarantine means you can paint on anything. Now you're showing me walls, but you know it's nothing stopping you from grabbing something that's unusual.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah, like my head.
Like vase.
Yeah.
I got this from Karen Clark. She threw this vase years ago and gave it to me. I forgot about it. So I'm going to paint this while I'm doing the quarantine. I'm going to paint around it. And I have some other three-dimensional pieces around here that I've done that I'm going to. So I'm planning on painting on some other stuff. And I think LaShawn's charges will be coming in a couple of days. So I'll start on those too. But yeah, Frankie, stretch it.
LaShawn called Frankie too.
Stretch your imagination, Frankie. Stretch your imagination. You're not defined by the work you've done so far.
Right.
And yeah, that's a good point. I locked myself into my style and
you're
trying to get the key and unlock
if you can paint a wall, you can paint anything.
Get the key and unlock the door. Let Frankie up out of here.
I know. Well, I got you guys to help out, so right before this, I didn't know about layering pastels. So,
well, that's why we're here.
Oh, and you know what I have forgotten to ask about that was, you had said about spraying, what is it? Fixative.
Workable fixative.
But once you do that, you can't smear anymore, right? You can't finger blend.
Well, the secret with workable fixative is to put it on very lightly and build it up.
And you're going to work on top of it. And then
because if you work too heavy, you're going to lose your tooth again. Pastel is a series of building layers of tooth to apply to pastel. You ever get to that muddy spot where you're on top of a color and it's nothing but chalk and the chalk is falling on the floors because it's sticking to each other and not to a surface.
Right.
The workable fixative is a way to put a surface in between your layers so you'll have a tooth. You just got to spray it slow and build it up because if you spray too much, you're going to lose that tooth. I go dust it real lightly first, tap it to see if it's sticking, one more light coat, and then I will work some more. And when you feel like you're losing your tooth, then you go back, you spray it lightly. And the other thing that happens too is that when you spray lightly, if you spray too heavy, you'll lose certain colors and certain details based on
what it did to my white.
Yeah. So that's another reason why you got to do it lightly. And so there might be a thing too where you can spray around the areas where you think are going to fall out. But in your world, once you put the fixative on it, if the white falls, you can put the white back in. And then the more you layer it, it won't fall out. So it's a real time intensive thing, but get yourself a can of workable fixative with your stipend money.
Oh yeah, I still haven't gone shopping for that.
I haven't either. I'm going next week. I think I'm gonna go Monday or Tuesday.
Poncho's going next week. I went through. I did a Goodwill today. I went to Goodwill today,
and I'm gonna go to my place. Second Chances. Second Chances got a lot of nice stuff.
Yeah, I went to Goodwill today, and I got a few things at Goodwill.
Good.
So we'll see.
Fabric?
Huh?
What? To get fabrics?
Oh no! I got plenty of fabric.
We're just looking for odd things to paint.
To paint on top of?
Yeah, see, you're thinking canvas and paper, and that's it.
Canvas, paper, and wall. That's where I'm.
Okay, but do you know how many supplies is in the art supply store?
Right. I'm doing leather.
You're not limited to those things.
Right.
At all. Man, I got an old clock. I got some wood panels. I got you can work on wood panels.
I've painted doors.
You can work on metal panels.
I think I'm gonna make that a project of mine in this quarantine.
That's the purpose.
Exactly. That's what the quarantine is for, to do experimental works that's outside of the realm of what you normally do. Because what's going to end up happening is if you get locked into those 2 or 3 pieces, Frankie, by the end, you wouldn't have gotten the experience you could have gotten. So you want to do some things that's smaller, take some pieces, grab yourself a 9x12 tablet, and just try to do some stuff on paper.
And that's it.
Buy yourself some good pastel paper.
Oh yeah. You're not working out some great pastel paper.
Pastel paper. They have pastel paper that has a great tooth on it.
And it comes in so many delicious
1,000 different colors. So if you start doing that on that kind of paper, which can be also glued to something else
velvet.
To make it thicker.
Try it on some velvet paper.
Yeah. So you got
it designed though? Pastel paper for pastels?
Yes,
yes, Frankie.
Pastel paper is designed specifically.
And you can get it in different sizes. You can get it in all kind of different sizes.
It comes in different sizes. It comes in different weights. So you go to the art supply store. You say, "Where's your pastel paper?"
Frankie, you would just go. You'd be like a kid in a candy store.
Yeah, because see, right now you're painting on whatever from me. You came from a place where you didn't have a lot of stuff, and you had to use whatever was available. And so what happens as an artist, you adapt to whatever's happening around you. And so then you grow up and you find out you're still using the same stuff you were used to using, and you're not pressing yourself to learn what the professional grade stuff feels like. I remember my first sheet of pastel paper once I've been used to doing drawings on brown craft paper with pastel. Night and day.
Yes, night and day.
Night and day. But so you got to move up. You know, you got different grades of pastel. So I don't know if you got expensive stuff or cheap stuff. You know,
I probably got the cheap stuff.
Like, well, again,
and you want to try different. You want to try some different pastels too.
Yes, have you tried oil-based pastels?
I don't like them because of the mix.
All right. See, you know, it's not nothing to do with the mix. It's got to do with what you feel comfortable with. You feel more comfortable with dry pastels. They work exactly the same. And you can do more with oil than you can do with the dry, because the oil can be really mixed in with a whole bunch of stuff. So, Frankie, you're one of the few people in the group that's locking yourself in a box. But you want to do what you're used to have being done. And I understand where you came from, and I don't understand the thing that you triumphed over. But this thing is about creativity. And this is about you stretching your creativity and not using the crutches that you're used to using. And so, yeah, man, try it out. When you go get your stipend, grab some stuff you've never used before. That's my advice to you.
I'm going to do that in video.
And if you work large, work small. If you work small, work large. Whatever it is you're going to do to press yourself into another zone, That's what you should be doing.
LaShawn's in the house.
All right, Frankie, we're gonna let you go. You had a thought-provoking day. Your face looks like you took in a lot. Like what?
Frankie is over
I
there.
don't have a good poker face, huh?
I saw decapitated heads and torsos, and she's painting on leather. He's painting on plastic, and I'm just dry pastel on board. What?
I don't have a good poker face. You can
No,
always,
you don't. You
you
do
always
not.
know what I'm thinking.
No, you
Louise,
do
can you hear me?
not.
Yeah, we
Don't
can
go
hear
around
you.
playing poker, Frankie.
All right. Well, I'll see y'all, man. LaShawn, good checking in with you.
Yeah, he's just logging back in, having some small technical difficulties. But okay, Frankie, we'll be looking at you tomorrow. Go
All
to
right.
the store, man.
I sure will.
All right, brother.
All right, Frankie.
Thanks, man.
Take care. Yeah, that's
Better not be in any poker game.
That's so important, that one thing you just talked about, because you sometimes we overdefine ourselves by what we use, and that's very limiting. Hey, LaShawn, how you feeling, brother?
All right. Man,
Yeah.
I am feeling fantastic. I'm hyped.
Hey, man, I know your
I'm
phone
hyped.
bill's high.
Dude.
Your phone bill's got to be high because you called everybody.
It is.
You called everybody. I thought
I called them all. Hey.
And then found out he didn't talk to everybody.
Well, you are special, Louise. Let's never forget that. You are very special.
She's very special.
I don't know. I don't like talking about special. It's a little bus special.
There you go. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, she's real special.
Oh, well.
We know what the funny thing is. We're all short bus
I want to be
special.
on the big bus special.
No, we're all short bus special. Let's just call it what it is. We are all short bus special.
We're all on the tiny bus special.
Yeah,
That's right.
we're all on the short bus.
Exactly.
That's right. So
Now,
yes, I've been on the phone today contacting.
He is hanging in there with us. I know. LaShawn,
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
You have been on the. You know what? You have to give LaShawn a bomb because the brother has been on it. The brother has been on it.
I think by the time we see what
I'm
he's
making it do what it
doing,
do. I'm making it.
Yeah. See, he's like a freight train. So he's right now doing all his prep.
I know.
Preparation. He's working everything up to a certain percentage of completion. He's going to send that stuff out. He's going to come in, and next thing you know, he's going to be like, bam, 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 bam.
I know. He's like Kid Dynamite. We're gonna be coming at us, Pancho. We're gonna be like, oh, whoa.
Well, we showed your presentation today Sean, earlier, and was showing it throughout. So you don't have to work as hard today when you're live.
Okay.
But tell us where you are, man. Give us an update on where you are in the quarantine emotionally. That's a different question.
Ooh, that's different.
Emotionally. Let me sit down on the couch.
Okay,
Listen. I'm in a place of euphoric simplicity. I am high energy, or I should say I'm middle energy rather. And but my head is like bursting with ideas. And I was watching you earlier today, Pancho, on the pieces you were working on. I said, man, I need to be experimenting with some of that stuff. So I already got tons of stuff I plan on working with. So I'm just excited, still so excited to of the possibilities of what's going to happen this month. That's where my head is. That's where my head is.
We are officially.
Currently, I am still working on.
We are officially on day 7, my brother.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. 7.
1 week out.
That's
1
right.
week is down.
That's
1
right.
week is down.
It's gone by so fast. It's gone by.
Yes, it is.
It really has.
Yeah.
I don't know, but we're still working from day 7 to 31. So It's going. Day 7 went by.
Eventually. Yeah, but but and I think that's okay. Not everyone's going to create at the same pace, and we're expecting that, and so people get comfortable and get in where they fit in, and they'll have what they're gonna have, and that'll be it, and I think by the end of it, I'm sure a lot of people will be excited and anxious to do the next one. That I'm pretty confident of.
Fantastic, man. Well,
because
I'm glad
already I see where I see where a lot of artists have commented how much they've learned over just these 7 days.
Mm-hmm.
Just 7 days, and they're like, man, it's like I've been to a master class. I learned so much, so many interesting things from watching the other artists do their thing. So yeah. By the end of the month, it's gonna be
on and popping. I don't know if we just lost LaShawn.
It looks like we might have lost him. That's because he's so busy. That's because he's so, I think what is happening is, and we might not be able to see it, but LaShawn is moving so fast till he's, transcending time.
Well, I tell you what, week 2, we should start seeing a lot of things coming out of week 2.
I know. We should have some, because I'll be honest, I want to see a new video of artwork.
Well, I mean, the thing is, everybody's got to start submitting their stuff, and that hasn't happened yet. So I'm trying to
do our new video, have some new artwork on that video.
Oh yeah, well, I'm going to try to exchange the pieces that were your old pieces with your new pieces, with the new intro. How's that?
There you go.
All right. Well, LaShawn seems to be still having some technical little issues, so we're just going to do something like this.
So it looks like he's trying to pop back in. LaShawn. There we go. Oh, we got the LaShawn video.
I mean, I'm sitting here watching his stack. His stack is probably 20 paintings.
Yeah, no. LaShawn is not playing.
So it appears that, whenever it's raining is the enemy of streaming. And so we have Deborah Shedrick down in Montgomery, Alabama. They're having some storms down in her area, so she's going to have probably some issues getting on today. So she may not be able to make it, but we still got presentations. We'll keep it going as long as you guys want to watch. But
as long as they want to hang out.
Moving along. Let's see if this is LaShawn coming back in.
I know. I talked to Deborah today.
Isn't that handsome? We got a window if you're working and a window if you're working.
I know. This is all LaShawn Day. A LaShawn Day. Yeah, he's got a big old stack of pieces over there.
Is he frozen again?
I think he is, but it's a nice picture.
Yeah, it adds to the whole flavor.
Oh no, we got to do it too.
Live TV, y'all. Live
There
TV.
you go. We got to have our Froze Day too.
That's right.
Live TV. Oh wait, let me bring. I'm gonna load a tiny video. Hold on, I got one. I got a tiny video with me doing something.
LaShawn looks like he's back. Can you hear us?
LaShawn's back.
Yes, I can hear you guys all the way. Some technical difficulties, obviously, but hey, gotta keep it moving.
There you go.
And this is real life. This is how LaShawn really works. He's got a twin that's cranking out work while he's cranking out on everything. So this picture is live.
Right.
This is like LaShawn.
He's working
Exactly.
and talking. That's his brother. That's his brother on one side.
That's right. Faster. Don't stop. Don't stop.
You should have speeded up the video when he said faster.
Trust me, I wish I did have control over that.
That would have been funny. That would have been too funny.
Well, LaShawn, I know you've been busy, my brother. We're not gonna hold you super long.
Technical aspect.
LaShawn's having some technical difficulties. It's a good day, though. It's been a good day. I have enjoyed every minute of it.
I've been in it for about a half an hour working on these.
See, I don't know which LaShawn is talking.
The video is talking, and his other picture is frozen.
Okay. It's like
now, Louise, we both been sitting in the chair a lot today. So what you got going on?
I got some painting over there. I was working. Oh, as a matter of fact, I left some paint open. Well, come on over. I got some stuff. I'm actually painting. I'm working on this piece right here. And I probably lost my, let's see. I was supposed to be time-lapsing this. Are you over? I'm going to hang out over here for a little bit.
I'm going to let LaShawn run.
No. Let LaShawn run. I'm going to hang out over here and because I opened some paint and left it open. So I'm going to use it.
Is that a canvas on your easel?
No, that's actually watercolor paper.
Okay.
All right, folks. Or
Deborah's in.
Hey, everyone. Hey, y'all.
Hey, you know I
How's
like
it
to
going?
get
hey,
Deborah's in.
How's it going? Can y'all see my piece I'm working on? Yes.
Deborah came in
No.
the house working. Woo! Look
I
at
got a
her.
lot going on around here. Well,
That is nice. Mm-hmm.
Yes, we can. Your sound is not that great, but you can go ahead and paint.
Deborah came in the door working, huh? Deborah
okay.
in the house.
I was itching.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Hello.
I can't hear. There we go.
How's it going? Do you hear my dogs, son?
No, we can't.
No. I'm back. Back to work.
Everybody's working today. Yes, right. Back to work.
Do I have an all right angle?
Yep. How you doing, Michelle? As you can see, everybody's working.
I got the Raven done finally. It's been sitting since day one.
Oh, looking nice.
Yeah, I was gonna add some stars to it.
Fantastic. Well, you go ahead and do that.
Hey,
Everybody,
Michelle.
we got a couple of work screens up.
And I received some exciting news today. My kid is going back to so my kid's in the hybrid program, but they've been remote for the past month and a half. They're because the numbers in our area are low, they're going back to school.
Wow. Well, congratulations.
So that
sounds
eases the
like,
load a little.
that sounds like you get a little reprieve.
Yes. More my husband right now, who's been doing a wonderful job working from home with the kids.
That's good.
Doing a wonderful job.
That Raven is looking great. What's the price on the Raven?
I usually sell my little Galaxy pieces for 225.
Okay. That looks fantastic.
But it's the first time I've done a Raven. Like I realized I love ravens and crows, and I almost never paint them.
Well, you know, we got a lot of artists in the studio today, so I'm just putting everybody on the screen so people can see that we are actually working. This is no game. Everybody's in it to win it. And what I'm going to do for a minute is nobody has to talk, just paint. As a matter of fact, if your microphone is on, just turn your microphone off.
miss the hidden signs. It's too late for more advice. What am I supposed to do? There's no use turning around. There's no use leaving behind. There's no use, no use. Abandon your past. Pain has nurtured me like my own destiny. What am I supposed to be? Love's dead and gone. All tears I've cried can fight my thoughts of lifetime. Why do I believe in you? There's no use turning around. There's no use leaving behind. There's no use, no use.
What more can I say? Time to save the world. It's time to save the world. Back, forth, back. We want it, we got it. You need to know it. Real. Put it down. Break it down. Let's go. Bring it on. Step it up. Right there. Break it down. Put it down. Here we go. Step it up. Bring it on. A lesson on how royalty do it. Rhyming king and thing. With 3 minutes to change to get the product out. Jazzing over in the cab, what you know about? The foreign exchange arranged new concepts. Strange to some, they never saw it coming though. We've been at this course a long time ago. Full contact, hit the ground, running there, shaking it up. Making our plans to take it over. So respect this collective next year. True representative, we live to break boundaries. You need something new if you ask me. Next century, future, musically, explore brand new land, I'm so lyrically. Understand, we don't follow the format. The format get boring, in fact, never the same. We in the game to put a stop to that. Something happened. You can't feel around the world. You know that this is the real. Come on, we bring it in. Yo, take a listen. J-A-T-T-A-N-O-P. Capital A, believe it. Put it there, break it down, let's go. Come on, shake it up, bring it back, keep it going. Right. Step it up, you got that. Here we go, that's right. Put it there, break it up, check it out, come on. Possibilities, what does it go from here? As long as you feel it, you really shouldn't be weekend. Close your eyes, let your mind move down, because this is the party you invited to come. Call and respond. Do you like my mic play? One step beyond, I'm around the right way. Realize I ain't surprised that you're moving your head to what I said instead of holding the ball up. We need to be ready, pay attention, because we still got half of the globe to expose this sound. Tough tap, they asked me to set it off. Give me a minute, watch they all get it. We had them screaming for more and said, friend. They made a song the year over Japan. UK, what can I say? They love that. Combination of real raps and drum tracks. That you like bad dreams when you sleeping. Get you captivated until the plot deepens. I'm making a promise to transmit, but you already know it's as good as it gets. Some might get it, some might not even notice. We got one group, that's our main focus. When the other one's ready, they can come along. We got room, don't assume you can get it on and on and on. You can't even breathe. Your head, your arms and palms get sweaty. Audience stopping, all we need is confetti. You know, one lie, yo, the sky is the limit now. Infinite now, more than enough. Taking life like the Demi, better pack your stuff. I'm single-handedly filling you with the info and all you form. I'm just getting warm, first round. Something that you feel. This one's the real, so let's get to it. Both sides of the globe, I know you got soul, so let's get to it. Come on, just doing the do with Jade over the crew. I thought you knew it. Something that you can feel. This one's for real, so let's get to it. Something that you can feel. Round the world, you know that this is for real. Come on, we bring it in. Yo, take a listen. J-A-T-T-A-N-O-P. Capital A-U-P.
I'm going to ask you guys to turn some of those pieces around so they're not upside down the whole time. Or can you lift yours up a little bit so we can see more of your face? It's Creative Quarantine 2021, y'all. That's Poncho's voice. I'm being Poncho today.
I'm here and running through new season. Sweet as the season, it changed my sound, but ain't gonna be changed. I'm here, but how to be this season. This ain't my time, and it tells me now it's letting me go. Change, still here, but lost again. The strange season. I'll be saving these days to trade me. Strange season, I change, change,
I'm loving that, Michelle. That looks beautiful.
still here, but lost again. The strange season. I'll be saving these days to trade me. Strange season, I change. I'm losing time to dark season.
Creative Quarantine. We got 4 artists on the wall creating art. They for real, y'all. We got Larry Poncho Brown. We got Michelle. Ryan and Deborah. Yes, Miss Crawford. All of the work will be for sale.
Time waits for no one. Use it wisely, not wastefully. Live not dangerously or aimlessly. For if you do, you'll disgrace your cheek. Living your life with distaste in the guise of being carefree. In the name of being free. Better call on that God you believe to free you from the clutches of those that would have you perpetuate millennium slavery. Of those that would have you perpetuate millennium slavery. Hold on, slow down. Hold on, slow down. Hold on, slow down. Before you let them dumb you down now. I'll be the crouching tiger, you be the hidden dragon, and while you're busy getting your swag on, I'll find you, sneak up behind you, fuck you up with my nimble knowledge nunchucks, make you sit down and learn life's lessons, make you work hard to receive your blessings, and then I'll try to save you from the media's campaign to massacre your brain, make you insane in the membrane, feed you Armageddon-sized portions of disaster and pain. So your strength, past and soul are easier to claim for perilous gain. There's no one to blame but yourself for believing their treacherous messages. We all know how rough it is. We all know how tough it gets, especially when you resist. You resist, resist, resist. Hold on, slow down. Hold on, slow down. Hold on, slow down before you shut down, before you lock down. I realize sometimes violence is necessary, particularly when predatory enemies seek to dictate your destiny, teach you watered down history, make you blindly leap into false faith, into their cesspool for fools or governing ghouls. Use your gift of choice, listen to your own voice.
I'm proud to MC, so allow me to speak. As you can see, I'm in too deep, so I need to reach. These beats depend on moods set by inner means, and I have a tendency to hold a mic so tenderly. And every time it enters me, it's heaven I see. It's got me hoping I'll be the next to speak it. I'm keeping it real with that much needed action. It's such an attraction, it makes me feel so relaxed. And when I'm on stage, I feel I have a better grasp. And I'm quick to holler back.
You are watching Creative Quarantine, Springfield 2021. If you have any questions, just feel free to ask. We are here for you.
Just a ventilate, so let it play. The day I met the way I swayed to a DJ, I knew I'd stay. It's in my veins, so my heart completely engulfed. As long as the world revolves, I'll set it off. So here's my life, what more can it cost? I'll find my way around, even if I'm lost. I'm leaving the lines crossed, divine styles while the shine gloss.
Right now, we are watching Larry Poncho Brown, Deborah Shedrick, Michelle, and Ryan, all out here working away, making it happen.
My lips are tight in the links between music, mics, and inks. I'm on the brink of sickness, I think.
Make your own choice. Listen to your own voice. Proverbs say fear of man causeth snares. So I beware and take care. I'm not preaching, but like you, I'm seeking, trying to defeat this thing. I hear Marley speaking, so I help him to sing these songs of freedom, of redemption. Hold on, slow down, hold on, slow down. Don't let them fuck you around. Hold on, slow down, hold on, slow down, slow down, slow down, slow down. Darkness.
guys are getting the rare opportunity of watching Mr. Pancho Brown work live and in the studio. Look like Mr. Sheldon Smith has entered the room. We're going to add him to the queue. Adding Mr. Sheldon to the queue. Bringing him in as he works on his art. Hello, Sheldon. How are you today?
I'm good. And you?
Good. So we're just working away, bringing artists in and out as they work. So I'll put you up as you start the work. Okay?
Sounds good. I want to say hello, and then I'm going to turn the camera over to my paper. So,
all right, sounds good. Hello, Sheldon. I'm gonna put you right here, and you say hello. Hello to Sheldon.
Hello to everyone. And we've got a nice blank canvas here.
Okay.
Today I'll be working on some paper because I received got some new pads in the mail. Part of my recent order I was excited to get. And I will be not needing this light here. So I'm going to be just working on some sketching.
Okay. Well, you'll be out. You're in the queue, and as we bring you in, you just work on your artwork.
All right.
This has been pretty exciting having all the artists working at the same time.
Oh yeah, I see some other people working. Okay.
Yeah, you got some other people in with you this time, Sheldon.
Yes, that's nice. Hello, everyone else, the other artists. Sounds nice. Not to be alone up in here. Ooh, nice. First striking this charcoal pencil.
question what I be. There's so much to explore. I desire much more. There's always something wonderful in you. I wish the same for you. They said that, they say that they treat you so much so maybe change. They said that, they said that, hard on me. If you lived a life, set my spirit free. Hope for the day that I can share all my friends and family. There's so much to explore. I desire much more. Always something wonderful in you. I wish the same for you. The same for you. They said they say that did you do so much to me? Change it. They said that let's see when you're a part of me. One day, all of you will see the same thing I They say that they do so much to me. They say that let's see when you're a part of me.
Can make a dream come true in the space of now. Can make a dream come true in the space of now. Things to know, live and play, love that's true, less to say. Together we will grow every day, making a time for us to to celebrate World Family. No time to wait. When we do now and don't wait to let something happen. Strong in loving, sharing together.
You are watching Creative Quarantine Springfield 2021. We have Larry Poncho Brown, Deborah Shedrick, Sheldon Smith, and Michelle all in the queue. Enjoy, people.
Take a chance. A new way is what it's all about. Now making space for what we need. No time to wait. So we do now and don't wait. A new beginning. Strong and living. Helping each other. We will make it. We can make a dream come true in the space of now. On the way, building life together. On the way, building life together. On the way, building life together. That's the dance. Sharing together, we can make it. a new beginning. Strong and living, helping each other. We will make it. So we do not wait a new beginning. So we do not wait a new beginning. So we do now and don't wait a new beginning.
So Louise, you have been like the mix master. Your microphone is off.
Yes, it's the mix master. The mix master. You know, I have to have my microphone off all the time because, you know, Mr. Cutler's down there playing the piano and my mic is the bomb. It picks up everything.
Well, we just tried something new today. I like the artist hour where everybody's just creating. You know, we've done enough talking this week. And as we get into next week, it's going to be all about the work. So we hope you enjoyed the artist hour. We're going to do this again.
Yeah, this was fun. I really like this. I really like this.
I'm going to
And
sign
it was
off.
great that you jumped in and put your camera on there, Mr. Poncho Brown.
Well, you know, we got to get in the mix. We got to inspire each other. So, Michelle, do you have any parting words before we let you go? Turn your microphone on, darling. Microphone on.
Microphone.
Thank you. That was fun.
We will do it again.
I'd love that.
All right. You have a very, very good night, and congratulations on your good news today.
Thank you.
What was the news? I missed it.
My kid's
watch.
going back.
You might have to watch the rerun.
Whatever. I remember the kids are back in school. The boys are back in school.
Take care, Michelle.
All right, take care, Michelle. Good night. All right. I think Deborah's was down there working, but I think Deborah froze.
Deborah, her feed froze a couple times, but she was in it to win it.
Well, yeah, Deborah feed froze a couple of times, but she was hanging in there.
Right.
In there. Sheldon is over there creating a masterpiece over there. He's got a face and everything. Look at Sheldon. Sheldon's got the he's got the camera down, got some good lighting happening.
Hey, that's what I'm talking about. It's all about moving things forward. So that's kind of the flavor of what we're planning on doing in the next couple of weeks. So I'm going to get ready to probably get ready to show one more feature before the night is over.
All right.
How you doing over there, Sheldon?
How's it going, Larry?
Doing very good, man. That's okay. We are sounding pretty clear on this and like what you're doing over there, man. I hope you can join us again for the Artist Hour. You have been on every night doing a live. So we're going to cut
Hold
you
it
a
down
break.
the evening. Sheldon's been holding it down tonight.
Yeah, we're going to cut you a break so you won't have to go as long tonight. But we hope you will join the Artist Hour. We're going to try to do that again. This is something new we just tried out for today.
It was actually fun. I was mixing it up.
You were doing a good job. You guys doing a great.
Mix master Louise.
Yes, you were.
Who was DJing this session?
I was actually DJing. I put another computer on with some music in the background, and Louise was changing the images and rotating them around. It was pretty cool.
I thought so. I thought that's what was going on. Yes.
Yeah. So, we're going to try to keep adding something to the flavor as we approach and have completed week number 1.
Woohoo!
So I got one technique film I'm going to show.
Okay.
Sheldon, you have a really good night, my brother. We'll see you tomorrow. Maybe tune in a little early and we'll see what we can get done.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We're going to try to get you. We're going to try to get you off the complete late shift and move you into the show a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, if Sheldon can come in a little earlier, especially if we're going to do this, have him come in.
Just remember, Sheldon, you can log in anytime. We'll see you in the feed.
All right, we'll do.
All right, man. You have a good night.
All right, Sheldon. See you later.
You too. Enjoy.
I like that piece.
Just getting started.
I know. That's why I can't wait to see what's happening. All right, Poncho, you own the floor, and I will see you. Give me a call.
So today's been an interesting day, trying to, show some new techniques. I want to do more of that, show you how I do certain things. I think all artists are doing a good job of showing you their process. That mixture of showing you me creating actual pieces and then mixture of trying to educate is two different things. Well, we're taking the charge to educate because we got people who are watching, they have no clue what we do, how we do. So that's the task at hand. I think most artists do a fairly good job of doing that, and I think as time develops, you'll see more and more of that happening. These days are going by fast. 7 days already. We're going through our second weekend starting tomorrow, so I'm sure that everybody's going to be amping up. A lot of people are preparing collaboration pieces for other artists to work on. Talk to Ryan Murray about doing some pieces together, and Pepper Shepard is mailing me some stuff. And me and Louise Cutlet have sat down and talked about some things. Karen Clark and I are trying to figure out what we can do. I'm going to send some pieces for LaShawn in the mail. So you'll get to see those pieces develop as we do them. So I'm really excited about that. I'm going to try to make sure those things get in the mail so we can have that running. I can't wait to start on a collaboration piece. I have some pieces here of my dad, some older pieces that he has never completed. So I may work those into the flow. Things are moving along fine, and we just hope that everybody's still having fun, because doing the broadcasting piece is a bit of a challenge. But I think most people now, at least half of the group, has settled into their own pace. We have a couple people that are not feeling very well, so shouts out to the two of them. May they feel better, and you'll see more work from them as they get back on their feet. This is real. This is live. This is 12 artists doing their thing in their own way. And so I like the way that it's unfolding. And I hope you'll continue to peek in and see what's happening, because by the time the end of the month comes, we should be seeing some really, really exciting work. So next, I'm going to show you how to do an alcohol resist. No, I showed you a whole bunch of paper yesterday. It was handmade by my father. But I'm going to show you ways to make this paper right here. Okay. So this is an alcohol resist technique where you base coat something, a color. In this case, this was black. In this case, this was blue. After you base coat it, you mix a wash of white paint and you put that on top, and then you drop alcohol into it to create a resist. So I'm going to do that for you now so you can see what's happening. Very easy to do, but you can get so many different nuances based on how you thin your paint. I'm going to use titanium white for this to be a little easier for you to see on camera. When I do this technique, I like to use like a fan brush. I actually have an old fan brush. It's actually pretty good. That's what it looks like. What I'm going to do is I'm going to mix this water 50-50 kind of ish. But that's where you get your difference of your patterns based on how thin you make this paint. So I like to do around 50-50. I have done less. The thicker you make the paint, the harder, the smaller the dots will be. The thinner you make the paste, the larger the cells will be. So I'll mix that up real good with my fan brush, because the fan brush allows you to flatten it out a lot. This is a little on the thick side, but we're just going to go with it anyway. No. Sometimes it's about feeling the paint too. And the more you practice with this, as you can see from my show yesterday, my dad made several hundreds of sheets of paper. So then you start to develop what works, what doesn't work for you. Okay, so that's good little mix. Now you got to get your alcohol ready. I use cheap alcohol from CVS. I use that brand. Sometimes I'll take this and put it in a nice little squeeze bottle like this. You know, this is full of alcohol. I have the marked alcohol. And then I'm going to show you on a piece of board how this works. Now, here are 2 sheets of paper that I've coated out. Here's my samples. Those out the way. Got 2 pieces of board here, one brown, one black. I think for camera's sake, we do the black first. Right? So basically what I'm going to do in this stage, sometimes I'll take water and just wet it. And move that around. I put a little water. Since I got my gloves on, I could be a little messy. I'll just smooth that on the board. All right. If I do the same thing to this one since it's drying. This paper has been sitting for a while. So you see what happens when you wet it? It resists the water a little bit. So I like to wet this paper so that it gives it some traction. I don't know what is on this, what kind of paint is on, but I see it's peeling off. So that might be a water-based paint. That could create another situation. That's why I like experimenting. So I'm gonna leave that. Well, I'm gonna do that while it's still here. So here's the brown one. What we're gonna do is I'm gonna take the white, pour some on there, and you see that brown is already making something wonderful happen. So I'm gonna try to keep this top layer as wet as I can keep it. That white is a really good consistency. The whole goal when you do this technique is to make sure that nothing gets dry until you're ready for it to get dry. So I flood the sheet first. Make sure there are no dry points and before I grab my alcohol. Now, sometimes I'll take my bottle, this is my squeeze bottle, and while that's starting to set, I drop alcohol in. Now see what happened to it? It created all those small little cells. That's what happens with a bottle. And what I do sometimes too is I'll go back in and drop larger cells on by using the stem inside of my alcohol. As you can see, this paint was a little thicker, so it's making really nice small cells. The thicker the paint, it allows you to do smaller cells. In this case, as you can see, that white turned to like that milky looking brown. So now imagine whatever you got on your base color determines what your outcome is going to be. You will never ever be able to make two sheets of this twice unless you have them laid out together, and they'll be similar, but they'll never be the same. Very organic process. So once I drop a couple on there, I leave it. Knowing when to stop here is too much because you can put so much alcohol that it bleeds back to nothing. Right? So I'm just going to set this on the side, let it dry up a little bit. I'm going to show you the same thing on that black paper. Now this black is not bleeding, so it's going to do something completely different. Going to go in there like that. Keep this super wet. All right, so I'm gonna let this. You notice that water. I put more water in this than I mixed for the last one. The last one's a little thicker. Remember, you want the whole thing to be fluid first. If you see an edge drying up, hit it. Keep it fluid. Dry areas are not going to hurt it, but sometimes it can break up in ways that you can't control. So once I get it a nice coat on the whole thing, I usually go both directions. But you can go back and splash paint into it also if you want to. All right, once you get there, and this time rather than using a spray bottle, we're just going to use the tip to the spray bottle. So I'm going to go here, drop that. So these are larger cells, and because the paint is so thin, now when you do thinner, larger cells, of course, sometimes you can lose them because the alcohol is going to continue to resist. In this case, I try to touch spots that I think have open spots. And then you let that set. It's going to do its own thing. This is wonderful. All of you out there that had control issues and you try to control everything, this is a good technique to get you by that because you cannot control this technique. You just will not. Okay? So we did one with thicker paint on a background that was bleeding. We did one on a background that wasn't bleeding with thinner paint. As you can see, the cells are altogether different. And that is the alcohol resist background. I use alcohol resist backgrounds on a lot of my work. And my dad loved it too. He did a lot of pieces that way. But it's an excellent way to come up with a background that's kind of mysterious. As you can see, some things happening. It's still moving around. The alcohol is still moving around a little bit. And so the cells you see here, they still could disappear. But what's going to happen is if I leave this sitting here, where the thicker color is will stay. Now, sometimes I'll take the end of my brush and I'll push it a little bit to make cells, to give the paint this run a direction to go and connect it. I'm just connecting those cells together with that pathway will stay connected with the fluid. Sometimes I'll even run it off the page just to see what it's going to do. But this is a good way to connect areas that, could feed more pigment into your piece. Sometimes I will even tilt my paper, but this paint is so thin that I don't want to try that right now. So this is just me trying to force a pathway for where that paint flows. This is the only control you're going to have on a piece like this, because it's going to continue to do its own thing. So this is me instigating the flow of ink and creating some other cells. I try not to overdo this because it kind of tampers with the natural balance of what's supposed to be happening in this piece. But there you go. Alcohol, resist. We're going to be having a couple of discussions happening. So with artists, I'm going to try to see if I can line some up starting this weekend, where artists, we're going to group with the artists together to talk about the particular issue. We have the pricing is a big one, the business of art. There's so many questions that we have that we want to speak on that we can do very easily in having a discussion. And so we're going to try to bring some of those discussions to you in the next few days as we start to organize our first ones. We have women artists. I want to do one with them, talking about the issues that they face. I want to have one with veteran artists, the ones that know the business, and have them talk about a few things. We have artists that are from every walk of life in our group, and we're going to try to use that to help us educate you at another level. We have some elder artists that are in the group as well that might have a nice discussion about what they face as elder artists in this mad world we call art. And so we got most of us have do some educating. It's at least half of the group has done some educating where we teach classes otherwise. So I look forward to that unfolding, and we might get another call in from Mr. Charles Bibbs to check in and see how we're doing at some point. And so just keep looking, keep joining us, and you'll see that we'll be talking about some things that I think could benefit anybody, whether you're an artist or creative. But this is about creativity and how we view and value ourselves. And hopefully through this process, you will view and value yourself even more.